The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, before you nations rise and fall. They grow strong or wither by your design. Help our nation and world to embrace righteousness and to strive for unity and renewal. Lord, hasten the coming of your kingdom, where pain, tears, and death will be no more. Teach all nations the way of peace, so we may plow up battlefields and pound weapons into liberation tools. Teach us to talk across boundaries as brothers and sisters, united by your love. Today, inspire our senators and all who work with them to strive in their efforts to transform dark yesterdays into bright tomorrows. And Lord, we continue to pray for those involved with the Texas flooding. We pray in your magnificent name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm glad to have you.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Jonathan Gould of Virginia to be comptroller of the currency.
Madam President.
Senator from Iowa.
July 11th is recognized by the United Nations General Assembly as the International Day of Reflection and Commemoration of the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica. This town in Bosnia and Herzegovina was the scene of the worst genocide on European soil since the Holocaust. Bosnian Serbs, separatists, murdered 8,000 of their fellow Bosnians at that time. These fellow Bosnians had been their co-workers, their neighbors, even friends, because of their Muslim heritage, practicing that faith or not practicing. Many Bosnian families who survived the genocide, but who lost their family members, became refugees and found a home in my state of Iowa. Bosnian Iowans have enriched Iowa communities with their strong work ethic, family values, and unique culture. Today, there are renewed calls for ethnic separatism in Bosnia. That dredges up painful memories for those who lived through the genocide of the 90s. As we commemorate the loss which so many Bosnian families experienced, we ought to be alert to the renewed efforts to finalize the ethnic cleansing project began in the 1990s. The Dayton Accords are rightly celebrated for ending that killing of 8,000. But they essentially froze the front lines and enshrined ethnic divisions by creating two entities within Bosnia and Herzegovina. These two entities are named Republika Srpska and the Federation. Prior to the war and the ethnic cleansing, Bosnians of Orthodox, Muslim, and Catholic heritage were very intermixed, although many Bosnians were not particularly practicing their respective religions. The territory is now the Republika Srpska. Used to have a large percentage of Bosnians of Muslim heritage, but most are now gone. However, I have talked to Bosnians in Iowa of Muslim heritage who still have family living in the old country. Separatists in Bosnia and their advocates here falsely imply this area was always populated overwhelmingly by Orthodox Bosnian Serbs, so they ought to have their own state. They also spin narratives that this is some great clash of faith or civilizations. Bosnians share a common European culture. However, it seems like ethnic identity, not whether or how a Bosnian practiced a faith, has been the focus of conflict. Now, there are no easy answers for Bosnia's future, but I'm convinced that state building based on ethnic cleansing is not the right way to go, and we should have learned that from the genocide of 1995. On another subject, Madam President, before noon today, we'll begin our first set of votes on the nomination of Whitney Hermandorfer to serve as Circuit Judge of the Sixth Circuit. Before we do, I want to express my support for her nomination and urge my colleagues to support her nomination and confirm her. Ms. Hermandorfer is President Trump's first judicial nominee, and she's really is a home run pick, or to use a more appropriate expression for a former baseball or basketball player, her nomination is nothing but net. Ms. Hermandorfer list of accolades is something to behold. She graduated magna cum laude, Princeton University, and was co-captain of her basketball team. She was valedictorian at George Washington Law School and clerk for 3 of the current Supreme Court justices, as well as another federal judge. Currently, Ms. Hermandorfer is Director of Strategic Litigation Unit in the Tennessee Attorney General's Office and has led some of the most important litigation in our country, including a recent victory before the Supreme Court. At her hearing, we witnessed firsthand her impressive intellect, composure under pressure, professionalism, and collegial nature. Her performance at her hearing was no surprise to anyone who knows her. Her nominations had been praised by practitioners and academics from across the political spectrum. They understand that Ms. Hermandorfer is dedicated to following the rule of law, not to advancing her preferred policy outcomes. Too often, we've seen judges play policymaker instead of being just simply a jurist. Ms. Hermandorfer understands the powerful role that judges have in our system of government, but even more importantly, she respects the limitation of that power. During the Biden administration, a substantial majority of judicial nominees received bipartisan support. In fact, more than 80% of his nominees got bipartisan support. Republicans wouldn't have picked most of those judges, but many of them still got support from my side of the aisle. Given her impeccable qualifications, I hope we can have the same bipartisan support today for Ms. Hermandorfer. Otherwise, it just shows how political partisan the other side has become. The Senate's advice and consent role for judicial nominees is one of our most important jobs. Sometimes these decisions can be difficult, but in this case, it's pretty simple. I'm confident Ms. Hermandorfer will be an excellent judge, and I urge my colleagues to support her nomination. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Madam President.
Majority Leader,
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Madam President, on Tuesday evening, I filed cloture on the nomination of Whitney Hermandorfer of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit, the first of President Trump's judicial nominees that we'll consider this month. I'm excited that the White House has started sending over judicial nominations and eager to get to floor confirmation of Trump's nominees. Madam President, one of the great achievements of President Trump's first term was the confirmation of some 234 judges to the federal bench. At the start of the first Trump administration, the President and Congress were faced with well over 100 openings in the judiciary, a daunting number, but an incredible opportunity to shape the federal bench. The administration got right to work on identifying good judicial candidates, and Leader McConnell determined that we were going to fill those slots and others that would open up. And not just fill them, of course, Madam President. The President and Leader McConnell, and then Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, were determined to fill them with the right kind of judges, judges who would faithfully interpret the law, not attempt to legislate from the bench. Our interest was in putting judges on the bench who would look at the law, the Constitution, and the facts of the case and rule based on those criteria and nothing else. That might seem like an obvious goal for judicial nominations, Madam President, but unfortunately that's not always the case. In fact, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle frequently seem to prefer another kind of judge, the kind of judge who will rule in line with Democrats' policy preferences, even when the law doesn't support them. You only have to look at Democrats' attempts to politicize and delegitimize the Supreme Court for daring to occasionally rule against Democrats' preferred outcomes to realize that Democrats aren't interested in judges who will rule according to the law. They're interested in judges who will rule according to the platform of the Democrat Party. And that is a very dangerous thing, Madam President. Our system is based on a belief in the rule of law. In the American system, the law is supposed to be final, the impartial arbiter. Cases are to be decided based on what the law says, not on what a particular judge feels. Sure, it might seem nice when an activist judge goes outside the meaning of the law and rules for your preferred outcome. But what happens when that same judge reaches beyond the law to your detriment? What protection do you have if the law is no longer the highest authority? Equal justice under the law can only be maintained as long as judges actually rule based on the law and not on their personal feelings or political opinions. An activist judiciary is a threat to justice. It's a threat to the separation of powers, and it's a threat to individual liberty. And one of the things I'm proudest of in the first Trump administration is the number of judges we put on the bench who understand this, who understand that our system depends on the rule of law, not the rule of unelected judges, who understand that their job is to interpret the law, not usurp the job of the people's elected representatives by legislating from the bench. Madam President, we're not facing the number of judicial vacancies this Congress that we faced during President Trump's first term. There are currently only around 50 vacancies on the federal bench. So our job now is to continue the good work that we began during the first Trump administration by filling those vacancies with more judges who understand the proper role of a judge. And that starts with confirming Ms. Hermandorfer. Madam President, I'm grateful to Leader McConnell and Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley and to Lindsey Graham for their incredible efforts during President Trump's first term. And I'm grateful to President Trump for the caliber of judges he has nominated and continues to nominate to the bench. And I look forward to working with President Trump and Chairman Grassley to confirm more outstanding judges during this Congress. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Democrat Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, later today, Senate Republicans will hold the first procedural vote on a judicial nominee in Donald Trump's second term, Whitney Hermandorfer, to be a circuit judge on the Sixth Circuit. Everyone knows that for Donald Trump's judges, one thing has always mattered most: loyalty to him. Not experience, not independence, not knowledge of the law, not even following the rule of law. When it comes to judges, Donald Trump cares only about one thing: fealty. He doesn't care about the law, precedent, or even what the Constitution says. He only wants them to do whatever he wants, no matter how baseless or irrational it is. A quick glance at Ms. Hermandorfer's background shows she is unqualified to serve on the bench. She has less than 10 years of legal experience. She has never served as the sole or chief counsel on a single case that was tried to verdict. Indeed, she has made a career of going after people's reproductive rights, their transgender rights, and anti-discrimination policies. At the Tennessee Attorney General's office, she has tried to strike down protections for employees who need reproductive care. She supported Donald Trump's firing of more than a dozen inspector generals, even filing an amicus brief on behalf of Tennessee. The list of reasons why Ms. Hermandorfer would make a terrible judge goes on and on and on. If Ms. Hermandorfer is the standard for Donald Trump's judges in his second term, then it's clear Republicans learned nothing from the first time around. The American people don't want Donald Trump's foot soldiers wearing black robes. They want experienced, fair, and independent jurists committed to upholding the law. Ms. Hermandorfer falls way short of the mark, and I oppose her nomination. Again, when the only criteria for choosing a judge is fealty to Donald Trump, the judiciary runs amok, the judiciary is weakened, and the executive, as they are trying to take away power from the first branch of government, the Congress is also trying to take away power from the third branch of government, the judiciary, in an effort to make Donald Trump a virtual king. That's what he wants. That's terrible for America, terrible for what this country has always stood for. On Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth continues to be an embarrassment and a liability, and Donald Trump should never have chosen him to lead the Pentagon. For the second time this year, Secretary Hegseth haphazardly canceled the shipment of vital weapons that Ukraine needs in its war for survival against Vladimir Putin. And for the second time this year, his decision was eventually walked back by the President. The White House is apparently claiming that Secretary Hegseth acted without alerting a soul outside the Pentagon. Not the U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine, not the Secretary of State, not even the President of the United States. It is good the President now says he'll reinstate the shipment of weapons to Ukraine, but the administration's handling of this situation has been unacceptable. When asked by reporters who ordered the pause, the President said, "I don't know, why don't you tell me?" This is amateur hour, amateur hour. What the heck is going on at the Pentagon? When Hegseth was up for the nomination, we all talked about, on our side of the aisle, Democrats talked about how bad he would be, how unqualified he is, and this is just another example. Being a host of a talk radio show does not qualify you to be Secretary of State, as Secretary of Defense, as this incident shows. The pause of weapons to Ukraine is at best a dangerous breakdown in communications, and at worst a sign that Secretary Hegseth is more interested in helping Putin than helping Ukraine. And what are U.S. allies supposed to make of this weapons pause? Sure, it is good that Donald Trump reversed himself, but our allies will wonder, will this happen again? You know who benefits most from Secretary Hegseth and Donald Trump's incompetence? Vladimir Putin. When Putin sees the disorganization and lack of strategy, he has no incentive to negotiate. So Donald Trump is actually undercutting himself, and Hegseth is undercutting Trump in a desire to come to an agreement, a fair agreement for Ukraine. When Putin sees America pause vital weapon shipments to Ukraine, even for a moment, it emboldens him. Instead of saying, "I don't know, you tell me," here is what Donald Trump should do. He should unequivocally state the United States stands with Ukraine and against Putin. He should state that he fully supports additional air defense for Ukraine and a strong bipartisan sanctions package moving through the Senate, one that will give more leverage against Putin. And Donald Trump should pick someone else to serve as Secretary of State. All of the charges, all of the arguments we made against him, that he was incompetent, inexperienced, and unreliable, seem to be coming true, unfortunately, for the defense of this country. Natural disasters. Well, we continue to pray and mourn for everyone affected by the flooding in Texas. I still can't get the picture of those beautiful little girls. I believe it was 27 of them, all gone in the flood. And I think about them, their parents mourning for them, cut short, beautiful young lives cut short. The tragedy is a reminder that we all have a responsibility as public servants to secure every resource possible to protect our communities from the threats of Mother Nature, which we all know are growing every year. You don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to be someone who studies the weather every day to know that it has changed rapidly. And it's obvious that global warming, more carbon in our atmosphere, is the main cause. Now, we need all the help we can get against natural disasters. We need to protect ourselves from the threats of Mother Nature, which are growing rapidly with increasing frequency. This is especially true in my home state of New York, which has seen its own share of natural disasters, including a tornado earlier this week in Ontario County. In New York, we never used to have any tornadoes. Last year, they counted 40. So I am alarmed that the Department of Homeland Security has canceled a $3 million grant to the University at Albany's Mesonet program. The Empower program at the University of Albany is essential to help all New Yorkers stay safe, whether you live in New York City, in the suburbs, or upstate. It's essential for all New Yorkers who need to be protected against extreme weather like flooding, who need the warning, which obviously didn't occur in Texas, that bad, dangerous weather is coming. The Mesonet program takes data from 127 different weather stations, from Western New York to Staten Island, to provide better weather models using real-time observations. It helps local emergency managers make better informed decisions and quicker decisions to protect lives and property. It is just utterly amazing that right after the Texas flood, that the Department of Homeland Security is thinking of eliminating this program, which should go across the whole country. It's one of the most advanced weather detection programs we have. And it looks at the atmosphere in various layers. It quickly combines information from various Mesonet stations and gets to the local authorities more quickly and more accurately the dangers that might occur from extreme weather. So today, I am calling on Secretary Noem and the Department of Homeland Security to reinstate funding for the Empower program immediately. It makes no sense at all, to deprive states like New York of resources when we need to stay fully prepared against natural disaster and severe weather. And make no mistake, this cut to this program, which is based in Albany, will reverberate from one end of my state to the other. It will reverberate in places like Staten Island, where the College of Staten Island has a Mesonet facility that is used by the Empower program. If this funding is canceled, it puts pressure at the state level to make it up, and that means fewer resources to alert local officials when dangerous and fast storms develop. Canceling this funding is just completely wrong-headed. It is ill-informed. You know, it's typical of this administration. They just want to cut without even realizing the consequences. And in the wake of the horrible tragedy in Texas, to do this now seems all the more not only inappropriate, but galling and wrong-headed. People in New York will be at greater risk to unexpected storms. Canceling this funding is ill-informed. It's also dangerous. I urge Secretary Noem to reverse course immediately. I yield the floor and note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Hey, Lee, are we in a quorum? Better get out of it.
To recognize the Majority Whip, Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last Friday, President Trump signed into law our historic legislation to deliver safety and prosperity for the American people. Every Democrat in this chamber voted against it. So once again, Democrats do what they do. They turn to the courts to try to undo what Congress has done. This time it's about the government funding of Planned Parenthood. Now, we just heard the minority leader come to the floor and say, quote, "People want fair judges who will uphold the law." By Monday afternoon, Democrats have filed a lawsuit in Boston, Massachusetts, challenging the very law that was just signed on the 4th of July. Now, I've spoken about this Massachusetts District Court in the past. Look, this is one of the Democrats' favorite venues when they want to obstruct the law of the land. That's because 11 of the 13 judges were appointed by Democrat presidents. Well, by Monday evening, an unelected district court judge appointed by President Obama granted a temporary injunction. There they go again, another temporary injunction blocking the law of the land. The judge did not issue a legal opinion or explain her decision. Instead, this one lone judge, who has a history of radical rulings and partisan activism from the bench, halted the duly enacted law. As a result, millions of taxpayer dollars could be forced to be spent. This is money the taxpayers will never be able to recover. One judge, one district trying to dictate and derail national policy and a national law. This is another example of radicals in robes undermining the elected branches of our government. As law professor Elizabeth Foley recently wrote in the Wall Street Journal, the separation of powers, she said, is, quote, under assault by rogue judges claiming national power. Over 40 nationwide injunctions have been filed against the Trump administration in the first 6 months. 35 of them were issued by district courts in just 4 states in the District of Columbia: California, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Washington State. This is nearly triple the number of injunctions that President Biden faced his entire 4 years in office. But Democrats continue to use the courts to try to reverse President Trump's popular policies. Democrats aren't seeking an unbiased review. They are using the courts as a political tool. It's not how the Constitution is supposed to work. Even Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan, an Obama appointee, has opposed nationwide injunctions. In 2022, Justice Kagan said, quote, "It just can't be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for the years it takes to go through the normal process." I agree with Justice Kagan. The Supreme Court has recently and repeatedly taken steps to rein in these radical judges. The Supreme Court has overturned 11 injunctions against the administration just since January. That includes Tuesday's 8-1 order in the case of Trump versus the American Federation of Government Employees. This abuse of the courts needs to end. That's why I support the Judicial Relief Clarification Act. This legislation was written by Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley of Iowa. His legislation would limit lower courts from using sweeping injunctions to block national policies. Additionally, the Senate must move quickly to confirm judges who apply the laws as written, not judges who try to legislate from the bench. Later today, we're going to begin the process of confirming President Trump's first judicial nominee this term. It is for President Trump's nominee to serve on the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. Her name is Ms. Whitney Hermandorfer. She is smart, she's tough, she's ready to serve. She has the full backing of her home state senators, Senator Blackburn and Senator Hagerty of Tennessee. She also has the support of the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Grassley. Mr. President, the Constitution is clear. Congress controls federal spending. The power of purse belongs to Congress. Doesn't belong to unelected district court judges with a gavel and a grudge. The American people deserve better. Enough is enough. It's time to restore constitutional order. It's time to rein in rogue judges. It's time to confirm judges who respect the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence. And Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum clause with respect to the Gould and Hermandorfer nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent to take us out of quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm here today to urge my colleagues to support the confirmation of Whitney Hermandorfer. Whitney Hermandorfer is President Trump's nominee to be the judge of the Sixth Circuit. It's a defining moment for the second Trump administration because Whitney is the first judicial nominee to be brought forward to serve at the circuit court level. She's the first Trump nominee to come before the United States Senate, and she is a perfect candidate to be that first nominee. She's going to set the benchmark for excellence for all future judicial nominees. Indeed, I don't think President Trump could have made a better choice. Ms. Hermandorfer is eminently qualified. She graduated first in her law school class. Then she clerked on the district court for D.C., the D.C. Circuit, and not once but twice at the Supreme Court of the United States. Whitney served as the lead strategist and advocate for our home state of Tennessee, representing the volunteer state in its most complex and important cases. And, unsurprisingly to everybody that knew her and knows her, she did an exceptional job. Ms. Hermandorfer has the experience and the demeanor that our very best judges possess, along with the genuine humility, kindness, and a sense of optimism that I think everybody will appreciate. Most importantly, Ms. Hermandorfer will faithfully discharge the solemn duties of a judge. She will interpret the Constitution according to its original meaning. She'll administer justice without fear, without favor. She'll rule without preference for the poor or the rich, the weak or the powerful. She'll protect the precious rights recognized in the Constitution and safeguard the delicate separation of powers that our founders established. Whitney Hermandorfer is an outstanding nominee. Any delay in confirming her deprives our courts of the very best and the very brightest that our nation can offer. So I'm here today to urge my colleagues to support her nomination on today's procedural vote, and I'm going to encourage this body to quickly proceed to her nomination and confirmation. Thank you.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jonathan Gould of Virginia to be comptroller of the currency, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is at the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jonathan Gould of Virginia to be comptroller of the currency for a term of 5 years shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lamas. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Cornyn, Crapo, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Cantwell, Gillibrand, Hassan, Markey, Rosen, Schumer. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Gallego, no.
That's a new one. I've never seen that before.
Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye.
See what he's getting and see if I can see it. I can't see.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. And Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters. No. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff. No. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst.
Then I don't need a file because we
Aye.
can use the legislative file. Yeah.
Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Slotkin. No. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mrs. Murray. No. Ms. Collins. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Hey, Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis. No. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester. No. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper. No. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Moreno. Aye. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich. No. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly. No. Mrs. Brett, Mrs. Brett. Aye. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville. Aye.
What is the tally? 50-40?
Yeas are 50 and nays are 45. Motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture. By unanimous consent,
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Whitney Hermandorfer of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
all right. By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. A quorum is present. The question is the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Whitney Hermandorfer of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Yep. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Hoeven, Husted, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Young. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye.
Okay, the yeas are 51, the nays 43. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The judiciary, Whitney D. Hermandorfer of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the 6th Circuit.
Okay, good enough.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, exactly 2 years ago today, Vermont was struck with devastating floods. Those floods occurred not only a year ago today, but 2 years ago today. We had back-to-back floods in 2023 and 2024, doing about $1 billion worth of damage. And by the end of last year, every county in Vermont, all 14 counties, were hit by flooding. That $1 billion in damages affected homes, it affected businesses, it affected farms. We had 6,000 tons of debris that was removed. 77 state bridges and 63 state roads were closed. 704 miles of rail was closed and 159 miles of rail was closed. You know, we're far from alone in Vermont in having suffered enormous damage from wild weather events. And I see my colleague from Texas, to whom all of us extend our heartfelt sorrow and condolences at the flooding in Texas and the loss of lives of those wonderful Texans and those kids. This type of wild weather event can hit any one of our states at any time of its own choosing. And all of our states have been affected at one time or another. Now, I want to talk about FEMA. Our experience in Vermont with FEMA is that it is absolutely essential and actually quite helpful in the immediate aftermath of the weather event. FEMA can pre-position resources. It has the capacity to surge resources and personnel, including people with real experience, and can coordinate with the local response, which is always very intense, from state resources and also from incredible outpouring of help from volunteers. But acknowledging the importance of FEMA in the immediate aftermath of a wild weather event in any of our states cannot disregard the fact that we need to reform FEMA. We need significant reform in FEMA. In the aftermath of the floods of 2023 and 2024, I visited all of our communities that were affected, and I followed up after that to talk to our local officials, our local volunteers, our local regional planning commissions. What worked and what didn't in the long-term response? And what I heard from officials, regardless of what their political orientation was, but local officials who had the real sense of urgency about getting the community back on its feet, was that FEMA was too slow, it was too bureaucratic, it was conflicting in the advice and information that it gave, and the ability to respond quickly and timely was really inhibited because of the centralization of decision-making authority in FEMA in Washington or in one of the regional locations where FEMA has administrative structures. And for Vermont, that ironically is Puerto Rico, which is not only not close to Vermont, but doesn't have anything close to the weather of Vermont. So the aftermath of repairing, getting the community back on its feet, that's where FEMA has failed us. And it's because of the centralization, in my view, and actually less important in my view, in the view of the local officials who have ongoing responsibility to get the community back on its feet. They just couldn't get answers. And let me just give some examples. When there is a culvert out, there's a road out, there's a bridge down, the people whose bridge is affected, the people who are threatened if we have a culvert replaced that's too small for what now we know will be the required carrying capacity of a culvert, the best people to make that are right there in that community. They have a sense of urgency. They have a commitment to the well-being of the people they represent in that community. They have the pressure of local community people watching to see if they're making progress on that recovery. But what has happened with FEMA, where everything is centralized, is you don't get an answer. Can we replace an 18-inch culvert with a 36-inch culvert? Can we do the bridge over Heartland Road, or can we make a change because the bridge over Route 5 is more important to get fixed, and that's the priority? One of the problems that our communities had is that the program managers, those are the people assigned by FEMA to serve communities as the bridge between the local community and FEMA, that they are changed constantly. So we've had in some of our small towns, and I'm talking towns with a population of like 300, they have one program manager after another, and over the course of a year and a half might have 7 or 8 program managers. And when that program manager is doing good work but asking questions and they're getting answers from the town clerk, a new program manager comes in and it's as though nothing ever happened and they have to start all over again. So it creates an enormous amount of frustration. We've got a situation with the town of Stannard where the town clerk, this is the town of 300, the town had to make a decision about repaving a road. It's a gravel surface. And in order to get repaid, more than a year after the road had been repaired, with the town borrowing money it really couldn't afford for a project that clearly was ultimately going to be covered by FEMA, the town clerk was getting questions about what is the size of the gravel stones in that roadbed 12 inches down. That makes no sense. And what happens, of course, is it creates an immense amount of frustration. You know, a community that goes through a major weather event, in the shock of it, in the immediate aftermath, everyone rushes in to help. But then if it's your farm, if it's your business, if it's your home, you have to live with the effects of a slow-moving, non-responsive, centralized bureaucracy rather than get on with life and get an answer, yes or no, can you do this or not? So as a result of my discussions with the communities that have been affected in Vermont, today I have introduced a bill that's called the Disaster Assistance Improvement and Decentralization Aid Act. And quite simply, what this bill does is recognize that if you're going to get as quick a recovery as possible, as efficient a recovery as possible, as cost-effective recovery as possible, you actually have to delegate responsibility and authority to the local community that has to live with the consequences of the damage that has been done. There's got to be a partnership. There's got to be accountability. But where FEMA's role is going to be better in this is on oversight, to make sure that there is the proper use of taxpayer FEMA-authorized money, but it's not going to micromanage local folks to death in the name of oversight. It's going to empower the local folks to make those decisions that have to be made right now about getting that community back on its feet. Every single one of us is horrified when the people we represent suffer the result of a wild and catastrophic weather event. The loss of life is horrifying. The destruction to the well-being of the community is inconsolable. But we can help by making that long-term recovery process work better. And the only way it's really going to work better is by having much more authority in local hands, the decisions that they can make about the culvert, about the bridge, about the grade of gravel that's to go into the repairs. So my hope, Madam President, is that we can come together as a Congress to fix FEMA so that its capacity to help our communities when they have been hurt so hard through no fault of their own, that they'll be able to get the capacity to make decisions, act, and get their community back on its feet. Now, I do oppose this discussion that we're hearing to some extent from President Trump and Secretary Noem about abolishing FEMA. You know, we can abolish FEMA when we can get an executive order abolishing and banning wild weather events. But that day is not going to come. But another storm in one of our communities inevitably will come. And what I want us to do for your state and mine is to have a FEMA that can be on hand, pre-positioned, and help in the immediate aftermath, and then be a partner, but where we put the decision-making and the capacity to act and the flexibility that's necessary for the wise recovery of our communities in the hands of our local officials. I think this will make a much better recovery process for the folks all of us represent in the great United States of America. And Madam President, I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, 2 days ago I came to the floor to speak about the catastrophic flooding in central Texas, and I'd like to update my colleagues on the status of those recovery operations, and also to express my gratitude to many of them who've reached out and offered their condolences, not to me, but through me, to my constituents and the people who are still grieving and who were so adversely affected by this natural disaster. For many who were affected by this tragedy, the pain will never go away. At this point in the rescue and recovery efforts, more than 119 deaths so far have been confirmed across the state. And remember, this happened the early morning, mainly the early morning of July the 4th, in the early morning hours. But that 119 deaths so far includes 36 children in Kerr County alone. Sadly, we learned now a couple of days ago that after counting all of the day campers and other people who were camping alongside the Guadalupe River during the 4th of July weekend, where they were expecting to celebrate the nation's birth, but also fireworks displays and cookouts and things like that. Unfortunately, people outside of the organized camps, mainly children and counselors, 170 of them are missing in addition. So for many of my constituents back home in Texas, the nightmare is not over. Of course, these loved ones who were lost were mothers and fathers and teachers, high schoolers, and precious children, young children. Those who died at Camp Mystic, an all-girls Christian summer camp, included 2 8-year-old girls from Austin named Lenny McGowan and Mary Stevens. And as hard as it is to look at the pictures of these young girls, I think it's important to remember these are not just numbers. These are human lives that were lost in this tragedy, and families left behind
who will never, ever forget this terrible tragedy nor fully recover. These two young girls were sleeping in a cabin called the Bubble Inn, which was close to the banks of the Guadalupe River. Lenny attended Cassis Elementary School in West Austin, and her father, Michael, drove down to the hill country to search for his daughter. He told a reporter that when he went to the cabin at Camp Mystic and saw the stuffed animals, charm bracelets, and photos, he wanted to take some of those for each parent, even while he himself was looking for answers about his own daughter. After learning about Lenny's death, Michael wrote on social media, he said, "She filled our hearts with so much joy we cannot begin to explain. We're going to miss her very much, but know she's up there shining bright." Mary Stevens attended Highland Park Elementary School in north central Austin. Her mother, Stacy, said on a post after her death, "Our world is shattered, but I have peace getting your letters and knowing you are having the time of your life at camp, and had a dance party with all of your friends before the Lord decided to take you from us. He has bigger plans for you." Mary and Lenny were just two of the victims of this horrific flooding, but there are many others with their own stories and families and futures that were cut far too short. Now, 6 days after the flooding, rescue and recovery efforts for those who remain unaccounted for are still underway. I would like to reiterate the message of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who shared with me in Kerrville on Saturday that her #1 priority, which was to save lives and to reunite families. As I said, there are now 170, at last count, people still missing in Kerr County alone, including 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic. This number does not include others that were missing in surrounding counties like Travis, Williamson County, Burnett County, and it doesn't include out-of-town visitors who may have been vacationing in Central Texas. Because of that, the sad reality is this number will rise. But once again, I want to recognize Governor Abbott and the many other state and local officials who snapped into action in response to this disaster, as well as the first-line responders who were committed to recovering as many people as possible. More than 19 different state, local, and national government entities have been involved in these rescue efforts. And according to Lieutenant Colonel Baker of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, the Texas game wardens alone have conducted more than 400 rescues and 30 recoveries. I'm grateful as well to President Trump and Secretary Noem for their rapid federal response. President Trump, when I talked to him on Saturday morning, he said, "Whatever you need." And that message was reiterated by Secretary Noem. And of course, the President agreed to a federal disaster declaration at the request of Governor Abbott on the spot. I'm especially thankful to the President for his kind words of love and support for those who lost everything during this very, very sad time for Texas. The President and the First Lady are expected to come to Central Texas tomorrow, and I look forward to join them once again. But to all of my Senate colleagues who have expressed words of kindness and condolences over the last few days, I want to express my appreciation to them. It's not hard for each of us to imagine as parents or grandparents or husbands or wives what a loss like this must mean in the lives of those who've been left behind. Occasionally we see that people try to make political hay and blame and engage in the blame game after a disaster like this. And of course, I guess I'm not entirely surprised by that, but my request to them is, please wait. Wait until we've recovered all of those who are unaccounted for. There will be plenty of time for a thorough investigation of the facts and circumstances. And of course, it's only normal to say, well, we want to make sure in the future we learn lessons from this experience so that we can save lives in the future, and that time will come, but it is not now. We need to use our words to encourage and to uplift and to console our fellow Americans during this difficult time. Now is not the time for partisanship. Now is the time for unity. As Texans, we're accustomed to work and play as a team. We don't point fingers, we ask, what can I do to help? And so the best thing we can do right now is to offer our condolences to the families of the victims and to continue to support the ongoing recovery efforts. It's imperative right now that we continue to work relentlessly, in the words of Governor Abbott, to recover as many people as possible who are yet unaccounted for. And he said we will account for all of them. Again, I want to reiterate what I said previously, that there is zero evidence of any failure on the part of the National Weather Service or any government agency that they contributed to this horrific disaster. But if there are technologies we can implement, training we can promote, or systems we can improve, we should look to do that in the future, for the future. There will be time for federal efforts beyond the major disaster declaration granted by the Trump administration. We've already begun to try to identify legislative efforts we might undertake here in the Congress. And listening to my colleague from Vermont, we know that natural disasters like this are not confined to any specific part of the country, any state, or any region. They happen everywhere at different times and different places. It remains unclear whether there's anything that could have been done differently to prevent this horrible tragedy from taking place. But our goal must nevertheless remain to prevent more mothers and fathers and families from suffering the very great pain that so many are feeling right now. This week there's been example after example of Texans helping fellow Texans. Countless prayer vigils and donation drives have been organized across the state in honor of those who lost their lives in the flooding. Fundraisers have raised tens of thousands of dollars for everything from a fund in memory of a mystic camper, Hadley Hanna, to money for Lyle and Sue Glenna, a couple from Minnesota who managed to use their car horns to alert others at the campground to the oncoming flood, likely saving multiple lives in the process. There wasn't a single spot left in the parking lot at the George W. Bush Presidential Library in Dallas for the vigil that was held there. At the University of Texas, students gathered at UT Tower in Austin to honor Chloe Childress and Catherine Ferruzzo, Camp Mystic counselors and the incoming freshmen. Chloe lost her life in the flooding, and Catherine remains unaccounted for at this time. As a father of two daughters, I can't imagine what these parents are going through, or grandparents, or family, or friends, given the loss of these young girls, these lives that had only just begun. For those who are still waiting to hear news about their missing children or family members, we know that they should know that we are doing everything humanly possible to find them and to bring them home. And while I can't show the photos of every person who's died or still missing due to the flooding, I want all who've lost loved ones to know that the prayers of those of us here, and I believe across the nation, are lifting them up and are with them during their time of unimaginable grief. Madam President, I yield the floor.
President.
From Nevada.
Thank you, Madam President. The World Series of Poker is currently underway in my hometown of Las Vegas, Nevada, where tens of thousands of Americans converge around one of the largest and most prestigious gaming events across the globe. This world-renowned tournament and the visitors who flock to Nevada to witness it help drive my state's economy. Anyone who's ever heard of Las Vegas knows that our gaming industry is a massive contributor to our state GDP. Unfortunately, tucked into Republicans' tax bill was a provision that puts the industry at risk, not just in Nevada, but across the country. Until last week, the law of the land was that gamblers could deduct 100% of their losses from their annual taxes. For example, if a gambler won $500,000 and lost $500,000 in a year, that gambler would be able to deduct $500 from their taxes and break even. But under the new law that was recently passed by the Republicans and signed into law by the president, gamblers will only be able to deduct 90% of their losses on their annual taxes. So that same taxpayer would now have $50,000 in taxable income, even though they lost everything they won that year. They'd literally be paying taxes on money they don't have. This makes no sense. And it will do irreparable harm to our country's gaming industry if it takes effect, especially in Nevada. It will disincentivize professional gamblers, like players at the World Series of Poker, from doing what they do best and contributing to our economy. It will move major events that drive our economy offshore and push wagering into illegal markets. And it could push tourists who come to Vegas, it could punish tourists who come to Vegas to win big. Let me be clear. The Republican tax bill is full of provisions that are bad for Nevada and this country. That's why I didn't vote for it. And while it will take years to undo the damage that bill will cause, this ridiculous gaming tax is something we can fix today. That's largely because this provision being included in that tax bill was a result of Republicans haphazardly inventing new budget rules to ram their debt-busting bill through Congress. These new rules they made up force them to make changes to existing policy, even if it made that policy worse for Americans. And that's what happened here. Nobody thinks this is a good idea. And I'm not sure many of my Republican colleagues even knew this was in the bill that they passed. So I am proposing a simple solution, which is a return to the previous policy. My legislation would allow taxpayers to once again deduct 100% of their losses from their yearly taxes. We must make this fix. Nevadans take pride in our gaming industry, and the current law could cause serious damage to my state and to our country as a whole. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, as if in legislative session, the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of S. 2230 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Indiana.
reserving the right to object. Madam President, as my distinguished colleague is very much aware, a number of important and impactful provisions from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act were challenged and unfortunately stricken during bird challenges. There are also a number of provisions that had to be written in a very specific way to comply with these bird rules. The underlying bill is an effort to fix one of those instances, and I'm supportive of this policy change. I want to make that clear. Another provision that was unfortunately not included in the final bill as a result of the bird rules was an exemption for qualified religious institutions from the excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities, also known as the University Endowment Tax. The qualified religious institution provision would exempt any institution that, in short, is longstanding and has substantive ties to a religious organization. Religious institutions have served a very important purpose in our country throughout our history and have, by and large, not been offenders of the woke and DEI problems rampant at many other major universities with large endowments. As long as my Democratic colleagues are keen on fixing provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that were the result of this bird process, I think it's only fair that we fix this one as well. Again, I strongly support the underlying bill, but will have to object unless you can agree to my request. Accordingly, I ask that the senator modify her request to include my amendment, which is at the desk, that the amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection to the modification?
Reserving the right to object, Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, I want everybody to understand what is going on here on the floor of the Senate. Last week, the Republicans passed a gigantic bill full of massive cuts to health care and food assistance, as well as huge tax handouts to big corporations and the ultra-wealthy. It also included a lot of smaller-scale policies that didn't get a lot of notice. And in a lot of cases, they were just half-baked, poorly written, and now I see Republican senators walking all over the Capitol saying they didn't even know anything about this policy and this process. Now, the Republican bill is full of special carve-outs for some groups, new taxes on others. The fact is, when you rush a process like this way, and cram in all of these policies that you haven't really thought about, you risk some consequences for people back home. And that is what is going on here in this attempt by our colleague to pass this special tax carve-out for one institution, just one, in his home state. Now, Finance Committee's Democratic staff already litigated this issue in bipartisan meetings with the parliamentarian. We knocked this proposal out of the Republican bill specifically for one reason. It's a special carve-out, and it's plain and simple. That's what's going on. My own view is, if my Republican colleagues want to exempt their home state colleges and universities from the endowment tax, they shouldn't have passed this deeply flawed bill in the first place. So I strongly support our colleague from Nevada's efforts. I oppose the amendment proposed by our Finance Committee colleague, Senator Young, and I close by way of saying it's just not right to give a special home state tax carve-out a free ride on an entirely separate proposal. Therefore, I object.
I object. It's understandable that my colleagues would want to characterize this eminently reasonable request as something that is parochial nature. I will say, however, that when we advance the largest tax cut for middle and working class Americans in American history, when we advance this broader initiative to make Medicaid more sustainable for all Americans and take Medicaid back to its original purpose, when we invested critical resources in our military at a time when the world is not becoming less dangerous, it's becoming more dangerous, when we beefed up border security, we also thought it right and proper to ensure that our religious institutions were cared for, that we continued to incentivize their critical investments in education and other important causes. And unfortunately, it was through a democratic Byrd process. It was a partisan effort to initiate a process to strip out the provisions that would have exempted religious institutions from a tax that should not be applied to them. So I seek, Madam President, I seek an exemption on behalf of all these religious institutions across the country that are broadly supported, at the same time that I seek relief for the senator in Nevada in the interests of her state for gambling purposes. Thank you.
The objection is heard. Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I have to say it is a shame that we cannot pass this common sense fix, S-2230, because Republicans want to weigh it down with unrelated measures that they voted to support. Now, I appreciate my colleague from Indiana, and I hope we can work, because I know he supports S-2230, to try to get this passed and fix this. This is something that my understanding is many Republicans, along with Democrats, did not even know it was part of that process. And I hope we can. But I hope it doesn't get caught in this constant churn now that Republicans, when they voted for a bill, they're trying to undo some of those votes because of things they didn't like in the bill. They didn't like it. They should have voted against the bill. It really is doing a disservice to so many across the country. And right now, it's not just a unique thing for Nevada. This is gaming. Gaming exists across the country, almost in every state. There's so many people that are going to be impacted by this, and it just does not make sense. This is a Republican piece of legislation that is actually causing people to pay taxes on money they lost. It makes no sense. And that's all this is try to fix it and put us back to status quo. And I will say this, and again, I really appreciate my colleague from Indiana, but the Byrd process is not partisan. It's a Senate process we have. It's a partisan process. Democrats have used in the past, Republicans have used in the past. It is a Senate process that is part of procedure that we have here. If my colleagues wanted to protect the qualified religious institutions exemption, they shouldn't have put in the bill they passed, or they should have introduced an amendment to knock it out. They should have done something to show that they were there. So I'm hopeful this legislation that I'm trying to pass on behalf of so many across this country, Americans, that it does not now get caught up in a Republican loop of trying to protect the very provisions that they voted to support in that Republican big betrayal bill. So I'm disappointed, but I am not done, and I can promise you this. We'll continue to work to try to get S-2230 passed. It is just common sense, and it has bipartisan support here in the Senate. With that, I yield my time.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Madam President, I want to start out by thanking my dear friend and colleague, Senator Cortez Masto, for leading the effort to fix this terrible provision. I have to say I'm extremely disappointed in what just happened. Senate Republicans are once again showing that they couldn't care less about the impacts of their new extreme law. Last week, President Trump signed into law Republicans' disastrous big beautiful betrayal, which among all the terrible cuts to health care, to food assistance, and all of the rest, the big, beautiful betrayal, it included a damaging provision that will impose a higher tax burden for people who play games at casinos not just in Nevada, but all around this country, and lose money. So you heard that right. Under Republicans' new law, individuals who play blackjack or poker, they're on vacation, wherever they're at, any other games at casinos, will now owe taxes to the government on the money that they lost. That's because Republicans' extreme law placed a new limit on the amount of gaming losses that Americans can deduct. So what does this actually mean? It means if someone wins a big jackpot in Las Vegas and then loses that jackpot later on, they'd still be liable for paying 10% in taxes on gaming income, even though they hadn't brought home anything. Their loss equaled their win. They had no winnings at all. So how can that be right? How does it make sense? I don't know. It's Senate Republican math. That's what they seem to use in their big, beautiful betrayal bill. It's not just bad math, it's bad policy. So what makes this even worse is that Senate Republicans snuck in this provision in this terrible bill so that they can collect more money from people so that they can pay for more tax giveaways to billionaires, because this is exactly what's happening, and it's shameful. This is going to hurt people who visit casinos. It's going to hurt Nevada's gaming industry more broadly, which supports nearly a third of the jobs in our state. It generates billions of dollars for our local economy. That's why Senator Cortez Masto and I agree that we must pass our Full House Act and eliminate this new tax burden. I'm extremely disappointed that Washington politicians are refusing to fix the terrible policy they enacted that's going to hurt my state, and our economy. We need to restore the full wagering loss deduction and bring fairness back to our tax system. And I won't stop working, won't stop pushing until this gets done. Thank you, Madam President. I yield back.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to...
When a quorum call, you need to ask to vitiate the quorum call.
Can we suspend the quorum call?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Senator is recognized.
I rise today to honor my great friend, John Stolp. John passed away this past Monday, July 7th. He was with his family in Lamar, out on the Eastern Plains, a place that he loved more than anything. And John was a good man, a great man by any measure. Certainly he was defined by his unwavering commitment to his family, neighbors, his friends, and his home state of Colorado. He was the essence of a public servant. His list of contributions to our state is impressively long. He served as Colorado's Commissioner of Agriculture during my predecessor, Bill Ritter's governorship. And I appreciate Governor Ritter introducing me to him, discovering him for me. John Stolp was a former Powers County Commissioner, a Democrat commissioner in a county that's not well known for Democratic commissioners. He was also a former State Board of Land Commissioner, a State Wildlife Commissioner, and a member of the State Board of Agriculture. And in John's mind, above all that, he was a dryland wheat farmer and a cow-calf rancher from southeast Colorado. John's reputation for patient consensus building is well known throughout our state and trusted throughout our state. In 2011, I was the newly elected governor, and Colorado had already experienced a couple years of drought. 2011, 2012 were bad years for drought, and I was convinced that we needed a blueprint, a plan of some sort to address the gap between the state's projected growth and its future water supply, to make sure that we had the supply that could match our needs. I recruited John to serve as my top water policy advisor. We made it a cabinet-level position. He came to all our cabinet meetings. He was our water czar. And it was clear to me that we would be hard-pressed to find anyone that could do the work he did. John understood the agricultural community in Colorado better than almost anyone. Maybe that's why when I first approached him with the idea of a statewide water plan, he wasn't immediately convinced. Actually, he was far from it. He was, I would say, more than skeptical. He knew how hard it would be to map Colorado's water supply, to chart a plan to conserve water that we might need in the next 50 years, and to get everybody at the table. In Colorado, we talk about how, whiskey's for drinking, but water is for fighting. He didn't think it was a smart idea for me politically, as a new governor, to take on an issue that had the potential to be so divisive. But he understood that we couldn't let our rivers and farms at risk of running dry, and that we needed him. Colorado needed him. And he set aside his reservations, and he rolled up his sleeves and he went to work. He and James Eklund and a lot of other people. It was remarkable to watch them. He crisscrossed the state, hosting roundtables, talking with farmers, listening to stakeholders, really hearing them, trying to resolve the issues and trying to align their self-interests. John poured his heart and soul into that plan. In the end, John accomplished what even he previously believed would not be possible. We finalized the state's first ever water plan in November of 2015. It certainly would never have happened without his prodigious efforts. He created a framework that will evolve as our state's climate and demographics continue to evolve. More importantly, in the process, he created an ecosystem, a network of relationships that crossed geographic and political boundaries. And that is one of his many great legacies, that he leaves to Colorado. Certainly his family is his greatest legacy, but he did a lot for the ability of Colorado's future and water. You know, when you travel a lot with someone, you spend a lot of miles with them, and you stay at their you stay at their home, you share their food, you meet their neighbors, you get a real sense of their goodness. I'm not sure there are gradations of goodness, but I have traveled long distances with John Stolpen. I stayed at his home in Powers County, where he and his remarkable wife, Jane, would cook up a barbecue and get me together with some of their neighbors. He even loaned my son, Teddy, a .410 shotgun so he could learn how to shoot. If I did believe in gradations of goodness, John and Jane Stolp would be at the very top. Even with all the great contributions he made to our state, I think John's goodness, the pureness and the deepness of his heart, is what I'll miss the most. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I also want to note the absence of a quorum.
Okay, clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, are we on the quorum call?
We are in a quorum
I
call.
ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection. Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the question occurs on the Gould nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Paul, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: King, Murray, and Schatz. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Sanders, no.
No.
Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 45. The nominee is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be notified immediately of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, Republicans made the wrong kind of history. And that is because last week they passed what may well be the single most expensive piece of legislation in the history of our country, all to help the rich and hurt the poor. I mean, this should go in the Guinness Book of World Records. And let's not forget that history doesn't end there, because they passed the biggest bill in the history of the Senate with the biggest gimmick in the history of the Senate, basically saying that trillions of dollars in tax cuts for billionaires are free. This farce is only getting worse because now, do you know what Republicans are turning to? Do you know what the next order of business here in the Senate is? They're going to take up President Trump's request to slash local news and bipartisan foreign policy investments in order to, quote, balance the debt. That is a serious case of amnesia. Republicans just saddled the national credit card with a $4 trillion in debt, that is trillions with a T, so they could give massive tax breaks to the richest people in the country. And they would have added even more to that debt if they didn't cut over $1 trillion in health care and nutrition assistance for millions of Americans. But now that it is passed, now that they have saddled the next generation with loads of debt to help billionaire donors, many Republicans want to return to talking now about getting the nation's fiscal house in order. Are you kidding me? Do you really think that we don't remember what just happened last week? Thank goodness for C-SPAN, and we all should review the tape. 1 week ago, Republicans were pretending trillions in debt for tax giveaways to their corporate buddies and mega donors was nothing, literally nothing. And now these same Republicans say local news, which provides crucial information in emergencies, is just too expensive to support. Now these same Republicans say we can't afford to continue life-saving aid that prevents famine and epidemics. Even though, keep in mind, we are talking about a sum total of less than 0.14% of our overall federal budget. The irony is almost as rich as the corporate CEOs who made out like bandits in that big awful mess Republicans passed last week. And this rescissions package is not just bad because many Republicans are trying to have it both ways on deficits and debt now. It's just plain bad on the substance. These cuts hurt our communities and they hurt our country. Let's start with the local news. Republicans are trying to rip away investments that support over 1,500 local public TV and radio stations. These are stations that serve rural areas and they give them local news you simply cannot find anywhere else. Coverage that matters to people, like what community events are coming up, how the school board is preparing for next year, weather and market reports for our farmers, not to mention emergency alerts when a disaster strikes. You do not have to look hard to find an example of how important it is we get disaster warnings right. When the devastating wildfires hit Southern California earlier this year, public radio broadcasts let millions of people know how to stay safe. When Hurricane Helene battered North Carolina, a local public radio station was the only source of information for many people. And of course, the recent tragedy in Texas and the flooding in New Mexico. These were incredibly deadly floods. My heart goes out to all the families who were affected, especially those who lost loved ones. And my deep gratitude goes out to our first responders. I am committed to helping those communities recover, to coming together like we always do as a nation after a tragedy. And while we learn more now about what is needed, one thing all of our communities need is strong emergency response systems. And one thing I can tell you, when dangers arise, cutting local news stations, silencing trusted sources that can push out important warnings when cell towers fail and your home internet connection goes out, that won't make anything better. And Mr. President, don't even get me started on how this rescissions bill will hurt free educational program for countless kids. We're talking about shows that kids and parents love. But after saddling our country with trillions in debt for billionaires, many Republicans are saying there's just not a penny left for our kids. Sorry, we're going to feed Big Bird to fat cats. That's the message Republicans are sending. This isn't quite how they'd say it on Sesame Street, but America knows that that message is brought to you by the letters BS. And it is so dangerously short-sighted. Talk to any parent. They will warn you, if Republican cuts end up canceling free, high-quality programming that is thoughtfully developed to get kids thinking and grow their curiosity, there's an alarming amount of low-quality junk to fill that void content that is instead carefully engineered to keep kids watching and shorten their attention spans. Actually, you know what? It makes sense. Maybe getting our kids hooked on brain rot TV is part of the Republican plan. After all, if our kids are watching PBS, they might learn to count. And if our kids learn to count, how will Republicans ever convince anyone that trillions of dollars in tax cuts are free? So I know, let's not forget, President Trump wants Senate Republicans to rip up investments they themselves helped secure to advance America's global leadership. Apparently, being the leader of the free world is now just too expensive. The reality of that matter is that these investments are investments that pay off for our own country, from supporting American farmers and companies who provide the food assistance that saves lives, to stopping dangerous viruses and epidemics while they are still far overseas away from us before they have a chance to threaten American lives, to preventing conflict, avoiding chaos and crisis that can cause a dangerous spiral, to strengthening our ties with key partners and defending our interests in international organizations. We don't just make these investments because they are the right thing to do. We do it because it is the smart thing to do for America. But it's worth saying, Mr. President, it's the right thing to do as well. And it is unthinkably wrong that this president is willing to shell out trillions for some of the richest people in the world, only to turn around and say that less than a penny a day is too expensive to protect hundreds of thousands of little girls from HIV. It is wrong for Republicans to say, oh, we've got to get those corporate executives a big bonus, only to turn around next week and say, oh, we don't really have to worry about the work our farmers do to help those starving kids. It's also foolish to think this is just a luxury, just charitable work. Our farmers know better. Americans who contract infectious diseases abroad know better. The companies in our states who work overseas to stabilize conflict-affected communities alongside DOD, they know better. It is bad strategy and a surefire way to hand China the upper hand. But we cannot lose sight of the fact that it is just plain wrong. Let's be clear, if they cut this funding, Republicans will not just be turning America away from the world, they will be turning the world away from America. Do Republicans really want to cause needless suffering or slash bipartisan funding and break commitments we already made together to save a quick buck? Is America's credibility so cheap to them? They talk about peace through strength, as if they are carrying on Ronald Reagan's legacy. Reagan spent about 0.5% of our GDP on foreign assistance. Today, we spend less than half that. And keep in mind, the cuts proposed here are really, they are a drop in the bucket compared to the tsunami of spending and tax giveaways that Republicans just passed. I mean, you could cut every single penny the U.S. has spent of foreign assistance since World War II, and it would not add up to the cost of the tax cuts Republicans passed last week. And that's all saying nothing about how pushing this through won't just cut bipartisan investments. It will cut out the heart of the basic principles that make bipartisan deals possible. How are we supposed to negotiate a bipartisan deal if Republicans turn around and put it through the shredder in a partisan vote? This entire package next week should be rejected outright. There is nothing about it that is serious except for the threat it poses to our communities. To suggest even for a second Republicans are doing this to address the debt is laughable. And I encourage the American people to laugh at anyone who pretends as much. Because you could cut the equivalent of this bill every single day for an entire year, and it still would not match the cost of the billionaire tax cuts Republicans passed last week. So to my Republican colleagues, instead of doing Trump's dirty work, instead of doing Russell votes bidding, let's do our jobs. Reject these partisan cuts to bipartisan funding. Turn our focus squarely to the job ahead, writing bipartisan full funding appropriations bills. And you know what? If there's a discrete pot of funding that is not being spent well, if there are cuts that make sense to include, if there are things that need to be updated, things that need to be reformed, let's have a conversation about what makes sense to rescind and improve as we write those bills in committee the way we've always done. My Democratic colleagues and I have said for months, we are willing to discuss rescissions in our bipartisan spending bills. We have done this in a bipartisan fashion for years, no matter who is in the White House or which party has the majority in either chamber. My commitment to Chair Collins and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle remains the same. I am willing to work with you to include rescissions in our bipartisan spending bills as we continue to work on the fiscal year 2026 process. Instead of moving forward with this partisan rescission package, let's reject that package and have these discussions and work together. Let's move forward on bipartisan appropriations process and address all of those decisions there. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative business and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 65.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Luke Pettit of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary.
Send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Luke Pettit of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appears to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 134.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Anthony Tata of Florida to be Undersecretary for Personnel and Readiness.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Anthony Tata of Florida to be Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 184.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Joseph Edlow of Maryland to be Director of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Joseph Edlow of Maryland to be Director of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 517 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 517, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to modify the rules for postponing certain deadlines by reason of disaster.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration and the Senate proceed to consideration of SRES 315.
The clerk will report.
SRES 315, expressing support for the designation of July 10, 2025 as Journeyman Line Workers Recognition Day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion. Sorry.
Is there objection to proceeding? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of SRES 319 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 319, recognizing and celebrating 100 years of quantum mechanics.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 14th, following the prayer and pledge. The journal proceedings be approved to date. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, the Senate proceed to executive session and execute the order of July 9th with respect to the Hermandorfer nomination. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed on July 10th ripen following disposition of the Hermandorfer nomination, and if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.